You are early. You are early. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hello. You guys had a good weekend? Yeah. Okay. Ah, caught me off guard. I was still getting myself ready. You're just chilling? Nice. That's good. A great way to start your week. I noticed that the weather's been nice, and it's so tempting to go outside for a nice stroll. Oh, what's the motive? Motive for going for a stroll or motive for the week? Because for me, I like getting some exercise in. I feel like I've been very lazy for the winter. For the stream, I have two interesting games. Well, one extra interesting game and one interesting game. So what I prepared today is two. So the first game I was thinking of playing is The Suits Have Gone Mad. And then the second game is something I found just today, this afternoon. It's called Of the Devil. And I'll be playing the episode 0 of that. And if you guys haven't heard of that one's supposed to be like a cyberpunk-esque Ace Attorney kind of game. So it sounds really interesting. It looks really interesting. So I'm kind of excited to play that today. But I wanted to play through The Suits Have Gone Mad first before I do that. And so let's see. I did say that I'd use Fridays for the suggestions. And I was thinking I I was thinking of potentially doing some of the Roblox games this Friday. I don't have an account. I've never installed Roblox in my life, so I'm gonna have to learn how to do that before Friday. So that's probably what I'll do on Friday. I'm hoping the games that you suggested for that are not too long. I really didn't expect that the Crooked Man was gonna take 6 whole hours to do. But yeah, hopefully most of the other games are gonna be a bit more briefer than that. And then if they are long, I'll probably chunk them into 2 streams. That way we don't have to suffer for that long. Yeah, so that's that. So without further ado, I guess let's get started. Start the game. And let's see. Oh, need to there. Okay, and then give me a second. I get everything else set up. Oh. Okay, this goes here. This goes here. This goes there. That's that. This goes over here. Then I think I need to something about there. Okay. I think we are good to go. The game is up. The audio should be leveled. Stream title set. Stream category set. I think we are good to go. So this game has a chapter 1 and a chapter 2, but apparently the chapter 2 doesn't exist yet. So let's see what this one's about.
Welcome to your new lifestyle. The presentation will teach you about the 5 P's of our company. Number 1. Presentable. All employees are required to wear a formal black suit at all times. Number 2. Punctual. Employees are required to complete a minimum of 60 hours work per week. No excuses. Number 3. Productivity. It is an obligation to report peers who are lazy. Report any suspected employees through the email service immediately. Number 4. Pause. Everyone needs a break. Pause from your work. Take a maximum of 15 minutes away from your desk throughout the day. Number 5. Perform. We employ because we see potential. Achieve what we ask, and one day you will be one in an elegant white suit. Thank you for joining the team. I look forward to your efforts. Leonardo Blake, CEO.
Is this a Lancaster type thing? I don't think so. I think it's more like, it kind of looks similar to a, Stanley Parable almost. Or at least the office setting does. I don't know anything more than that.
I'm very late today. It's best to take the elevator to my office as quick as possible.
Elevator? Exit? Wait, what happens when I can't leave? Visitor's sign here. I'm not a visitor. Please return after reading. Okay. Hey, someone didn't put the water jug in the water cooler. What if I want to drink water? Factory. What kind of office is this? On break. Back in 10 minutes. Huh? What was that? I saw like a rainbow on the corner of the screen. To the right? Yeah, what is this? Huh? What? A curious history. Found a research note. Is there an inventory in this game? Maybe not? Huh. Okay. There's no crouch, there's no jump. Oh. Welcome to the trial period for the optical delivery system service. Report any technical issues or adverse symptoms that may occur from daily use. This message will close in 1 second. Oh, that's interesting. That's coffee, right? That's coffee, right? Okay. Elevator it is.
Good morning, employee number 18044, Theo M. Blue.
Oh, my name's Theo? Okay. How'd I know what floor I'm going to? Everything's very black and white and grayscale. It's someone's purr they dropped? What do you mean purr? They knew I was killed in the elevator? Oh, the trauma. I can't crouch, so I can't survive falling in from this elevator. Pie? They dropped their pie? They must have dropped their cherry pie. Got all the cherry sauce all over the floor.
Know the difference. Employee? Respect your executives. Executive. Know the difference.
Okay.
The observer is always watching.
Big Brother's watching. Make sure to do your work. Dedication is a powerful device. Require a minimum of 60 hours per work week. No excuses. 60 hours. 40 hours is the normal work week, right? So that's like 1.5 times as much? It's like overtime all the time. Oh. You're currently 176 minutes late. Get to your office immediately. Consequences will follow shortly. Where's my office? This way? Team supervisor. No, that's not me. Team supervisor Ben Roberts. Oscar Jackson. Okay, sounds like those are important people. I think I'm going the other way then. Wait, where are they? Money spent on... Ugh.
I had to stay overnight for the past 3 days.
I couldn't read the rest of this dialogue, can I?
Well done on the most recent tones, Theo.
Are you gonna say anything to...
Can't get a day of rest here.
Money spent on break time today. They spent $1.5 million on break? Okay. Okay, where's my desk? I need to get back to work. I need to be a productive member of society. Huh?
I got 7 done. 453 more to go.
Oh.
One person always watches the cameras. The observer. I think that's what they call him.
Where's my desk, though? I'm lost. Wait, is this me? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Wait, maybe I'm a senior. Maybe I'm a... Is this my... Oh, I'm a little bit higher up than those guys out there. Read through emails. Oh yes, time to spend 4 hours of my day reading email and calling that work. Good morning, Theo. You have 6 new messages. Let's see.
The order your company issued new hire package has been processed in our facilities. Please allow up to 5 business days for delivery. Details of package below. Definition of success. A. Leonardo Blake autobiography. Blake and Whitley office accessories mega pack.
Okay. Trials beginning for new... I'm not even done reading my emails. To whom it may concern, as many may know, co-founder and chief of innovation, Jacob Whitley has mysteriously been missing for 2 months. As it is, it has been decided to officially conduct initial interviews for new chief of innovation. You'll be contacted by your department supervisor if we believe you fit the requirements for the role. Late penalty to employee number 18044, Theo M. Blue. The surveillance system has observed that you arrived in your office at 10:10 a.m. It is required for employees to start work by 7:05 a.m. at the latest. A strike has been issued to your employee record. As this is your 3rd strike, your next pay will be docked by 50%. This PC is now on restricted access until review. It has been deemed that this issue is not available for appeal and may not be discussed with coworkers.
Under Employee Code Conduct Rule number 53.4.
Be punctual next time. Ah, I got docked my pay. I didn't even start the game yet. Hey Theo, I finished adding the final drafts and deliverables to the tone review last night. All that is left now is to get the approval signature from Parlove. If you could do this ASAP. Liam C. Erickson. Wait, removed by moderation services?
This message was automatically flagged by the automated moderation system and has been removed.
Review signature, that other thing. Hey Theo, Erickson mentioned to me that you are needing a signature for me to sign off on the Q3 tone review. Come swing by my office down the hallway, just past the elevators. I got something else that's very important to hand over to you. It's just about time. Daily inspiration?
Satisfied customers lead to satisfied profits. Never be content with the bar. Always shoot above the bar. Avoid getting stale. Stale bread goes to the trash. If you find you are pleased with your work, then you aren't working hard enough.
Wow, truly lines to live by. What? This is a scheduled email from X-Planner about an upcoming date on your calendar. 1 p.m. Tone Concept.
The Notes app will have a to-do list for what I should get done today.
Okay. So I need to go to room number 34, floor 31. Wow, that's a tall building. Wait, complete the to-do list. Wait, how'd I... Whoa, that's a lot of cans of energy drink? Interesting. Okay. So what's my position? I am senior innovator. I'm an innovator. I'm special. Okay. Printer for days, paper for days. Okay. Okay, so this office area. Can I... Guess not. Oh. Oh. Oh, I wonder which bathroom I should go to. Should I be this one? Or should it be this one? Huh. Huh. I really wonder which one it should be. Mm. Alright. So who was I looking for again? Oscar John... Gary Parvo? Was it this guy? What?
Good morning, employee number... Parvo will no longer be working with us. We have decided to let him go due to significant breaches of company policy. Investigations are underway identifying possible accomplices of Parvo. Parlov, I hope you have been keeping your nose clean, Mr. Blue. I believe you were needing Parlov to sign off on a tone review. My signature will more than suffice.
Oh, okay.
Also, I hope you are prepared for your meeting this afternoon. That is all. Leave.
Okay. I saw the shiny thing though. Okay. It didn't say anything. Did you, did one of you, spit out your coffee on the wall? That's what happened, right? And then you made quite a mess in this room? Okay. Okay. Alright. Ooh. Looks like a crime scene. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gary has never gotten into serious trouble. That's a task done. I could check my notes on the PC if I've forgotten the other tasks.
I'm stuck. Uh, this chair is in my way. Okay. Alright. Back to work, I guess. Maybe I'll see him some other day.
That screen wasn't there before. A Parlo goodbye. If you're reading this, it means you'll never see me again. I was hoping to discuss in person, but it seems my time has been abruptly cut short. In your possession is a device that now belongs to you. While it may look like a mere pen, it can connect wirelessly to a multitude of devices and hack their security measures. From the information I know, this will be certainly helpful in the near future. You can learn of its hacking capabilities with this screen that I managed to pry off the walls of the observer's surveillance room. Searching through the executive communications logs should hopefully provide some useful information. Be mindful, they will discover every loose end and you will have no choice but to run. Closing this message will open up the hacking software immediately.
Oh. Okay. What does this mean? So 0010. Waiting for bypass. Am I supposed to choose the same? No, there's nothing the same. Am I supposed to choose something that corresponds with it? 2, 3, 4, 5. So, am I supposed to be complimentary? But that's not complimentary. What does this mean? I can't be stuck that soon. Hold on. Maybe they're supposed to be all equal to 1? So then this one doesn't matter? But then... this wouldn't work. This mean help. Select multiple key components on the right to form a key combination. Each binary digit is determined using a full 0, oh, okay, yeah, it is complementary. So complementary just means that when you add them up, it works like this: 0 and 0 is 0, 0 and 1 is 1, and then 1 and 1 becomes 0 because the 1 gets carried over. And all keys have been bypassed. So what do I... Okay. That... Oh, okay, I get it. So they all had to be this, I guess? So I need to choose something to make it equal this. Then I need zeros in the front. I need to cancel out this one. Almost. Not quite. Oh, if I select all of them, it's like this. But I don't want a number over here. So actually, the only ones I could use are these. Okay, but I need a 1 over here. There. Okay, so I need 1 and 1 over here. So what? So this one can't be used because there's nothing to cancel it out. This one and this one. All ones. What if I... this one and this one? Three unread communication logs.
I should make sure to keep a low profile with all this going on.
3 unread. Okay. Oh, showing critical signs of anomalous behavior. Advising immediate apprehension protocols. My team is on their way to handle the anomaly. Report will be issued afterwards. Team encountered physical altercation with the subject who has barricaded himself inside their office space. Excessive use of force is authorized for capture. Initiated combative procedures with what I can access. Subject has blocked out the camera in the office, impairing my surveillance. Anomaly has been captured. Parlov has discovered to be inciting rebellion within the company. Subject is to be Protocol 44. The team has begun investigating into identify possible cooperation. 44. So is that like because the number 4 means like death in Asian cultures most of the time? So then 4 forward? Is that what this means? Oh no, I'm on the list. I'm on their watch list. Employee 18044 showing minor signs of anomalous behavior. Is this the one that was recently... Huh? Wait, recently 4 forward? Employee records state that Blue has previously undergone Protocol 44. Called for level 4 investigation. All executives are to be informed immediately. So maybe it's not death? It's pronounced similar... 4 is pronounced similar to death. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Huh, but then this line is a little contrary to that. Because it's saying that I went through this protocol? Does that mean I reincarnated? Like they brought me back to life? Let's see. Leo Staton. Leo Staton.
I need an update now on the missing anomaly. Our search teams are tracking Mr. Staten as of right now. Our best guess is that they are hiding within the gallery as the tracker frequency is being jammed. I don't want guesses. I want results. I expect a debrief by the end of the day. No more excuses. Understood. Yes, sir. We have located and captured the anomaly in the factory distribution. They are currently being transferred to an anomaly assessment facility. Debrief will be held later today. I expect better competence in the future.
Everyone's like clones? Yeah, I guess it does kind of give off that vibe. Okay, so I have a meeting at 1, but I also have to go look for the guy who's missing. So they said, which one was it? This one? This one? Jacob Whitley. Is this the same guy? Let me go back. Is that the same guy? No, this is different. Leo Staten. Leo Staten is in... but has he been captured? Captured, currently being transferred to assessment facility. So I guess not that. Okay, how do I to-do list? Oh, nope. Options? Where are the controls? I don't know what my to-do list is about, but I think I have a meeting. Where is it again? Meeting is Oh, here. Floor 31, room 34. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, you're right that they are like clones because we do see their faces. So where am I going? Elevator? Whoa! What? What? Wait, what? Oh, um, uh, is he gonna be alright? Oh, okay. I... I'll pretend I didn't see that.
I heard the boss is thinking about allowing another 5 minutes of break each day.
Whoa, that's amazing. Another 5 minutes? Oh, okay. So this is... What floor am I on anyway? Oh, it doesn't say. Stairs? I don't think I could take stairs. And I don't think I could cross over. Okay, let's just take the elevator then. Right where I need to go, right? No? No? That's not where I need to go? The bathroom. That must be it. Nope. Uh, okay. Well, I'm lost. Maybe I should just talk to these guys. What's going on, guys? Day been going well? Enjoying your 5 minutes of break? Wait, can I use this? There must be a reason why this is here, right? Maybe not. Hmm. I don't get it. Locate and capture the anomaly. So I guess this is the guy who was brought into that room? Then how do I use my pen? They said I can interact with things. Oh wait, I have notes. Right. Converse with 3 fellow employees. Walk up to employees and listen to what they say. Use Presentamatica to quickly build a presentation. Buy a refreshment. Okay. Can I do that now? Ugh, it's so loud. Q4 concept. Select a slide. Generating slide? Oh! Oh, I see. Oops, can I restart?
I'll lose progress if I close the program right now.
Do it. I can't. Okay. Okay, so Q3 successful tones. Introducing the newest tone?
What the? The tone is unlike anything I've ever seen.
Reinforced black. What? Huh? I think I did more than crash the computer. I must have blanked out.
That dream again. I don't even remember finishing the presentation. It's uploaded, so I can't do much to fix it now. And that tone. What was that? It must have been all in my head. That's the task done. I could check my notes on the PC if I forgot the other tasks.
Okay. What do I go? Restricted access. Dang it. It'll be lifted after 14 days? Aww. Okay. Okay, I need to talk to a few of these guys.
Being unable to use the browser while on restricted access is frustrating.
I know, right? You're not gonna say anything. I'm not slacking. I'm working. I'm totally working. Just peeking to see what you're doing. Uh-huh. Interesting. Get it. I don't get what they're doing. I don't think I'm qualified to be a senior innovator. Huh? What did you say? Oops, I ignored him.
I'm never getting out of this place. It's always good to see how other employees are doing. That's a task done. I could check my notes if I forgot the other tasks.
I think I deserve a nice soda. Maybe a cream soda? What's available from the vending machine? No, it's all out of order. I wanted my turbo cola. Or, yeah, I wanted my turbo cola. Darn it. There it is. What can I get? I got energy drink.
Nice and refreshing. That's the task done. I can check my notes on the PC if I forgot the other tasks. Everything on my to-do list is done. Just in time for my meeting at 1 p.m. I can take the elevator up to the conference room.
Theo just chugged an entire energy drink. That's insane. Oh. Hello there. Oh. Hey guys. How's it going? How's the weather? Yeah, yeah, it's been a bit gray. You guys do anything new? Oh, just work, huh? Oh, okay. I'll see you guys later.
Executives don't have time to waste on talking to you. Only speak when spoken to. One bad egg spoils the other 11.
Okay, what's the store? Okay. Ooh.
I can't stop thinking about that tone. Was it really just in my head?
So I need to get to room 34. Oh, 32.
If it was real, how would the executives react?
Whoa, I got the big conference room. Whoa. Whoa, all the big shots are here. I can't afford to mess this up. Okay, breathe. Ah, I can do this.
You may begin, employee 18044.
Okay.
Good morning to you all. I'm Theo Blue, a senior innovator for the company. I strive to create the most vibrant tones that the world has ever seen. Today, I'll be showcasing the next set of tones that'll be released for the upcoming quarter. Noted.
Left click to change slides. Okay.
From the previous quarter, you can see that our recent tones have been extremely successful. From thorough research, we believe to have designed brand new tones for this upcoming quarter, which will see sales double. Yeah, look, see? Sold over 48 hours of our initial release. The burning question we must ask ourselves is, how can we improve? I now present to you... Alright. The brand
New tone? Oh. Did I mess up?
Teal and Blue. Return to your office and stay there. Do not interact with anyone.
Okay. I'll leave. I'll leave. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah. Run. I need to run. Why can't I run? Why is there no run? Okay. Okay. I'll go back to my office. Come on. So, how's white suit life suiting you guys? Huh? What's going on? Okay. Bye now. They're looking at me like I just murdered someone? Yeah. Something tells me I won't get that pay raise.
I got a meeting in an hour and Presentamatica isn't working.
It has been noted that you have spent prolonged time away from your office. This is a reminder to stay on task with your current work. Nope.
With my new tone, I deserve a promotion.
Yeah, that's what I thought a couple minutes ago, too.
I'm in big trouble. This stress is making me thirsty. I need another drink.
This computer has been disabled until further notice. Please contact your supervisor for more information. Can I? Is there more? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, let's get a, oh, wow. Wow. Look at all these guys. This is who these are the people we should strive to be. Wait, what happened to December?
I just got my third strike. I'll have to go without water and electricity at home again.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, those guys are back again.
Leonardo Blake is the name that will be remembered for eternity.
Another energy. Oh, wait, no. I have a soda this time? Apprehend Theo M. Blue. Immediately. Guaranteed promotion. Ooh, okay. Run. Theo M. Blue, turn yourself in immediately. This message will close in 3 seconds. I don't care. Oh, okay. Run. Why are you guys bursting through the doors? Whoa. No. What? Base Musworth, though?
I don't have much time. I need to get out of here fast.
There's no way to go, Theo. Use stairs. Okay, I need to hack this super fast. Not this. This? Not this. This. You can't spell? That's alright. Let's see. Did I need this? I need this. I don't need this number there. There's a number here that I don't want. So not this one. This one. I need one more somewhere. Okay. I need a 1 in the front. I need a 1 here. Maybe what if I use this? I do that. I need a 1 at the end. Do you remove one of these? Shoot. Come on. Okay, hold on. Which ones did I not share in common? So it has to be one of these two. If I choose this one, I need a 1 over here. Then I need to get something over here. What if I do this? Error. Oh, come on! Elevator! Q to dodge? What? Oh, whoa, what? What happened? Did I get hit? Ah, I got hit. I have to do this puzzle again? Okay, so I need... Okay, this one has to be used. I need a second one, so this one? I need a one at the end, so either this one or this one. This one, and then this one. I need a one at the end, so one of these, and then a 0 and a 1. Huh? There's this. What's the skip button for? Huh? Skip button? I didn't notice. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay. Oh. Whoa. 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 I don't understand. What? I dodged that guy. What did I miss? What's the skip button? Is there a skip button? I don't see any. I don't see anything. Oh, there is a skip. Okay, so I don't understand. Whoa! Oh, jeez. That's so scary. What the heck? This guy jumps at me? Okay. What? Did I press? Oh no. Oh no. Did I press the wrong button? Oh no. Wait. Oh no, there's a continue. I thought I messed up. Okay. Third time's charm. Thank goodness there's a skip button. So I need to dodge him twice. Otherwise he leaps at me. Okay. Whoa! How is this guy so fast? I hate how slow this is. It's so slow. Fourth time the charm? Okay, so what if I strategically do this? So dodge this way. Okay, and then I... Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh! Whoa! Was there another guy behind me? I'm getting it. Okay, so these guys literally launched themselves at me. So I had to dodge the first guy twice. And then after that, it seems like reinforcements come. But I should dodge so that he doesn't end up in front of me in the elevator. Otherwise, I get stuck again. Okay, so I should go here. Dodged. Oh. I so bad at this? One more time. This time for sure. This time. Come on, come on. Okay. Run, 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 run. Wait, what? Whoa. I fell through the elevator shaft. What the heck? Wait, huh? Huh? I'm confused. Did I not make it? Okay, hold on. There's no way out other than that way. Okay, let's do that again. Ah. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Run, run, run. Connection has been lost. Signal may be jammed or disrupted.
I've never seen this floor before. Where am I?
MIA. Okay, am I safe now? It,
What?
where have you been all this time? People are starting to think you've gone MIA.
Don't talk. Just listen. You wouldn't have recently awoken and discovered the world isn't how you thought it was. You will realize that this place needs change. I need you to do a few favors, and we will be able to stop it. Okay, I should be able to do that. I've got one question though. Why is Theo so important to this plan?
Oh, I'm important? Wait, world?
Jacob, do you even realize the magnitude of what we've got here? We're not talking about some small thing that only affects a handful of people. We're talking about something that has the potential to change everyone's lives. Can you even imagine the impact this could have? You need to realize the amount of planning and research that comes from this. I won't go along with it until we figured out all the risks. Risk. Aren't you one of those smart, brainy guys? You'll figure it out as we go. Don't forget, I'm the one forking over the majority of the funding here.
You survived the elevator this time? Yeah. Finally. I think the physics are very ragdoll, so I was having some difficulty. Okay, so I was the gallery. So I was having trouble.
Innocent of first words, the tone collection.
Okay.
Modern excellence, modern perfection, tone collection. Clash of seasons.
Okay, so everything's just black and white.
Slanted corridors and narrowed hallways, tone collection.
What's this? Accessories mega pack. I didn't check both ways before exiting? Yeah, that's definitely why. That's definitely why I was having trouble.
Personal computer, OS version 17.0. General purpose keyboard. Ergonomic mouse and mouse pad.
Oh, that's so strange. They have these monitors, but they have a mouse wheel on this mouse. I think I remember really old mice didn't have that. Observer camera version 4, version 2, full tone printer, bicycle vending machine, modern water cooler.
Refined white pattern, symbol of respect, exclusive to executive, 9.6 grade fabric, comfortable fit. Bold black design, symbol of unity, employee endorsed, 4.7 grade fabric, custom fit.
Okay. Oh.
Whitley Tones. The company started out under Whitley Tones, a small business run by a garage containing a singular staff member, Jacob.
Oh, Jacob Whitley? Isn't that the same Jacob that we've been reading about?
Blake and Whitley Tone Company. After Leonardo joined the team, it was decided to form a new name. The aim was to portray the newly formed partnership between friends. The duo settled on Blake and Whitley, a tone company.
B&W. Gonna take a quick snack.
The third iteration of the logo was intended to be prominent and recognizable. The ever-growing team settled on B&W. The latest logo strikes a balance between its nostalgic beginnings and recent successes. The company has expanded to an international level and looked to create a new, sleek logo for the company. Thus, the start of Blake and Whitley Innovations.
Interesting. Okay. Whoa.
Jacob Whitley, a natural-born artist and innovator. From a young age, Jacob Whitley showed a keen interest in art and spent much of his free time drawing and painting. Using his exceptional talent for tone mixing and shading, he was able to create paintings featuring vibrant tones unlike anything the world has seen. During his search for success, Jacob started selling the unique tones he created. Artists from around the globe praised his one-of-a-kind tones. Soon enough, the success of his small garage-run business became too big for one person to handle. Jacob Whitley called an old university friend, Leonardo Blake, a business-centric person who was looking for an exit from his lucrative insurance company. Blake took the partnership offer within a heartbeat, forming a power duo set to take the world by storm. Together, they went from strength to strength, pioneering a new era of tone design distribution. Despite his success as an entrepreneur, Jacob continues to paint in his spare time. He is grateful for the opportunities that his success has afforded him, but he never forgets his roots as a painter and remains passionate to his humble beginnings.
Okay. So, this guy is an artist. Okay. And I guess... Oh, I guess I could hack this?
Why is the dot blinking on the eye?
Whoa.
The hacking device isn't responding. I had to figure this one out myself.
Oh, they go all the way up to number 9?
The symbols at the top must be important.
Something about this, something about computer, something about person. 4, 7, grade 4, 7, OS 17. And then what about this though? Third iteration? Yes? No? Yes? Maybe not it. So something about these things. Because I was thinking computer was OS version 17. And then I was thinking this one is third iteration. And then I was thinking suit is 4.7. Am I missing something? Oh, wait. I need 3 numbers and 1 number? Okay, so I think this is correct. This should be 3. And this should be 17.0. Oh, nice. What did it do? What's my reward? Huh? Is that bad? Is that bad? There's nothing here. Oh! There's a door. Can't go through these paths, but... what's going on here? Okay.
Hello, Theo. Many years I have waited. I know who you are. I know who you can be. There is more to this place than black and white. Trust no one but yourself. Running away won't stop this madness. You can stop it for good. Objective. Retrieve the floppy disk containing the presentation. Do this, and I can tell you more. Good luck, Theo.
Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh, I guess that's it for now. Interesting. Okay. So I guess it's kind of like you're trapped in a black and white world, and then you have like the only thing that is color, and then you're bringing color to the world? That's kind of interesting. It's a shame that that's all there is so far. Just gotta wait for chapter 2 to come out. Okay. Well then. That's it for that game. Did I get all the achievements? Oh, I'm missing 5 more achievements. Interesting. I guess there's still a little bit more for me to do. But, let's see. Let me set up for the next game. Give me a quick second. I gotta change this. A little bit of that. Change this one. This goes here. And this goes there. This goes here. This one goes over here. And then And then... Oh, there we go. This is a work of fiction. Welcome to Of the Devil. I'm looking forward to this one. See, what are the controls? Okay. I think it's fine. Quick save is F5. You know what? I think I'm actually gonna get confused. It's probably fine. Episode 0. There's episode 1 that's out, and episode 2 is coming up. But episode 1 is a DLC. And I'll need to get that feature. Rain drizzles off neon above me. Summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries resting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides a microdose of nightlife, anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine might die in jail. Morgan. Criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because of this, whole worlds lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent, neon, hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, and not anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defense work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone.
Counselor, your public defense contract has been approved. You're expected at 254th percent. Present your ID at the door to enter.
The art style looks cool. Yeah, I know. It's very nice. It's very, like, it definitely captures the cyberpunk aspect of it. And you can see how they animate the smoke. It's So interesting.
Arrive at least 15 minutes early.
I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used the time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials? You can turn back on the settings. Let's just keep tutorials. Suspect not found. What does this mean? Prasine. I can't pronounce that. Prasine.
Precinct.
Precinct. Okay, precinct. A district of a city or town as defined for police purposes. The area within the walls or perceived boundaries of a particular building or place. Precinct. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. Maybe you're about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little bit more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You've got to spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I could poke around and shake some loose change. Oh. Oh, that's so neat. So it's like a point and click? It's like very 3D? An actual police lineup. It's like I'm walking into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they would have witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Pretty certain. Was it dark? Do you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file the police report for them. Okay, interesting. So I guess they're saying that like they now take video evidence and witness testimonies don't really matter since it's recorded. A data pad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way.
Subway Fixes asked City to refocus on canopy, declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded. City engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electric cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evacuated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement would be characterized as
Blasé?
it's been years since the subways last ran and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter.
This is so long. Oh wow, okay. I'm guessing the yellow words are the important stuff?
Online chatter barely reacts to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties,
yeah, I'm like halfway through, but I'm committed.
Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators for the first time in nearly 20 years. The typical rock-steady political foundation of the canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week, but with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news has been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as a vindication and possibly even a rally cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came at a disappointing 3,359% over budget.
That's very much over budget.
Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In the light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package.
Subterra definitely not a hot shot at any real-world tech company or CEO. Subterra, is it not? Also, hello by the way. What would this... What would this be a reference to?
Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time. For reasons we do not fully understand, are we to...
It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I reach for my wallet after having read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaways that the city's been focusing its efforts on. The canopy. There will be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. A certain, now even more unfortunate, prominent CEO proposed subterranean tunnels instead of railway expansions and then failed to deliver. Is this the, what was it again? The tunnels. What was it called? Was it from the... let's see. Tunnels. Ah, I see, I see. I haven't actually read up on any news on this. It's been a long time. I guess that makes sense if they failed to deliver. That's probably why I didn't hear any more news on it. I see. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when the councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Okay, interesting. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of those things, the loud sneeze. But at least it's not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Bodacious as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Okay. Oh, there's something to inspect. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations, pragmatic brutalism, as textbook as it can teach freshman level architecture. Can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron, hard right angles, the civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago, they've started to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It's booted up fine. So far so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defense contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great. Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call Intake Hollows charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People wouldn't mind a quirk or two in their tech as long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name And date of birth? So far so good, was it? Scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, would you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card. In my profile. I'd have gone to world-class airhead to get this questioning wrong. No problem. My birthday's... Wait, was I supposed to know my own birthday? Let's go with... December? December 26th? December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? Tutorials are broken in the prologue for some reason. You're supposed to be directed to look at your phone. Oh, and you see contact. I see. Aw, that's kind of unfortunate. You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They call it that involuntary wellness check room. If they like. It doesn't change the way it makes a person feel. Sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor? Can I help you with anything else? What are you? No thanks. Why the disrepair? Yes, that's important. Any text like that is available by hovering the cursor close to the upper edge of the screen where the menu bar should appear. Like this? I guess kind of like this? Evidence? Articles? Okay. Okay. Profiles? Ah, I see. So the tutorial's supposed to tell me this, but I guess I just have to know how to do this myself. Let's see. Oh, she's pretty tall. Or at least compared to me. Weight not listed, type AB, likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture. What? She likes coffee decaf? Whiskey sour, okay. I can understand most of this. I can agree with most of this. I cannot agree with her choice in coffee. Oh no. Ah. Oh, I wanted to say a different option. Oh well. What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No, sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. And they really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? Well, the tutorials do work in the demo version of episode 0, but an update seemingly broke them for the full release. I see. That's a little unfortunate, but I guess in that case that means there was no point in enabling tutorial mode, since it's broken. I'm sorry for any inconvenience we may have encountered. I am adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all. Thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past your homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So you could just go on break if you'd like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. And then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks. And they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway.
Eyes have gone bad or something.
A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall.
Compared to yours, probably.
Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty? The desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy.
Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious.
While the other rings with youthful indignation.
It's not like our job is important or anything.
Definitely cops. And at this... I forgot how to pronounce this word.
Precinct.
Precinct. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be only two living, breathing people in this whole complex.
Because why else would you bother to print all this out? One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file on hand. It makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that.
So, how many of these sheets were blank then? Oh, I guess I have faces to go with their voices now. No word covered tonight, officers? Wait, who's the good cop? This one on the right or this one on the left? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. we don't keep many extra hands around at this hour. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper.
You the lawyer?
I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quasim London. And the ball of sunshine over here is my partner, Farah Reyes.
Ball of sunshine?
She certainly is. Wait, who's the good cop and bad cop? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Give me time to enjoy my cigarette.
Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80?
Wait. I'm so confused. She can't be more than a few years younger than me. Wait. Hmm? We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for the cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe. 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene.
No. We're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes.
Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything?
He's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation.
Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity?
Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room.
And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly smart or kind at the moment. So, perhaps in the meantime, you'll be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer? They they cover utilities at the rock. They cover utilities at the rock you live under. Is there a problem?
You're seriously not familiar with HK?
Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. The name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals? Flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulged in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
You must at least have heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it.
Along with everyone else. Along with everyone else?
One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls.
Hence the name Heartbreak? Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality.
What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload.
How do they know that? Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? And that's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that?
It's a whole different beast.
Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably doesn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, ma'am. Of course, my mistake. So, all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping fire bombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks.
Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades, but they don't commit murder.
Right.
Evil like Heartbreak is all organic.
That's plenty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How did I manage to miss 6 murders?
Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5.
Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is the Heartbreak Killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? I'm being literal, counselor. Red-handed, we found your client. He was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders?
It's all there in the discovery files. And the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need.
I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant.
Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right?
Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night, for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters?
We're at your disposal, counselor.
Okay. Observe. Read. Inspect. Okay. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Wright's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single moot personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You should have cleaned up some... You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system. Or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned, or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Okay, here's another article. So much reading again. Okay. This time I'm just gonna read the yellow, and I'll save it for later because I realize I could always look at the documents elsewhere. Okay, latest novel androids receive warm welcome.
Surging sales of the Anima 16 Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3%. The first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. Impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. Alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors.
Oh, interesting.
Anima 16 is poised to break profitability records. The work of Noble's famed lead programmer Dr. David Asher. Hashtag Noble Industry Weekend. Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. Hey fam,
Looks like you're not logged in to this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help you keep reading? How do I exit? He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. I don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. Though these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photos. Bad photo ops waiting to happen. Interesting. What else is there? Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy. What with our dear dotting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. The homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. It should have been sent to Link.
You're granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm.
Confirm.
You need to reply C in order to confirm.
Am I talking to a person?
I am an automated dependent.
Ants are usually more polite.
Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences.
So the state likes you to be a bit authoritarian. A little authoritarian.
You need to reply C.
See?
It's case sensitive.
See.
Thank you.
I like that our character's purposely trying to annoy them. Alright. If I project them on my phone... Whoa! Augmented reality crime scene? That's so cool! Alright, let's see what the police have and what they think is important. The victim's body. Cause of death: ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all the other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet, there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. A stand-up mirror. Shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. That's all the big-ticket items. What about security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. It's Morgan time? Almost. Probably just in a bit. We're gonna see some real attorney action. Just a loud chair that got thrown and whatever that is.
Unidentified ceramic debris.
Flagged as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Let's see, what do they have here? That's a thermostat, a clock, calendar, that's a bed. I don't think there's anything interactable, right? What the hell is that? Something on the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters. NSAIDs and Triprexone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medicine. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy says her tox screen was clear, but it's not like that matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city, and it still won't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get stuck. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brat. Red! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news. Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I couldn't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Made me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Deprived indifference. Or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. I'm glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it like HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age? And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines, old-fashioned murder is like Cardi B is like... Wait. It's not heartbreak. Then why did you take the job? Lol. You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up a lost cause? Probably knows work. It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know, they give it lit homework for a reason. Right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpe diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Yet. I remember when I was still in school, back then, and I would be working on a report very late, and it would be like, oh shoot, I got 2 hours until I have to go to school, and I'm only halfway done. Those were the days. I still passed. Passed and graduated. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Details, timeline, androids and cops. What does it mean when this is highlighted? Is that like the important thing? I guess I might as well listen to the timeline. It always sucks when you're not done and there's only 1 hour left because it's due. I like the saying that a project what was it again? A project expands for the time allocated. So you're given 10 days to work on something. You will take up all 10 days. If you're given 1 hour, you will finish in 1 hour. I am definitely not procrastinating. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much what comes out of his mouth, but we managed thanks to less biased sources.
And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements.
So they've interviewed witnesses. It sounds eerily similar to real police work. Oh wow! Does she have like augmentation in her eye or something? Do you notice how her right eye is glowing? And then she's looking in the corner? So cool! I want that. Sign me up to get my right eye plucked out. The suspect and her girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part.
Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems.
Everyone in the buildings knew they'd been fighting for weeks. It looks like they're running low on battery. It's yellow. Oh no, you need to charge your eyeball. Where's the USB cable supposed to go in? Is it on the back side of your eyeball?
As you probably gathered from what you saw in the ARCs, it never was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered, but things got quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then, there's a gunshot.
Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time.
Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seems to recognize the sound from what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming.
Officers arrive at the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they found your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood, at which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand, singular?
Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm.
How modded are we talking about here? Registered with HOW 85 habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kilopascals, which means a minimal grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without gritting his teeth. That's really strong. Considering career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eyes must be very sensitive for you put the patch back on every time. In here, I thought you had a 14-year-old's sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye 'cause it was fashionable? Yeah, we just thought you were a Chunibyo. 8th grade syndrome?
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
You... what?
But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. We can't work without it. Money got tight.
The arguing?
Yeah.
When did he put his arm in for repairs?
8 days before HK's first victim was killed.
Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. No one else's.
A revolver? What kind?
The old kind. The real kind. What?
More specifically, a caliber M54, 6-chambered 10mm. Caliber. How retro.
You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, no tags.
No tags. How's that? Just how old are we talking?
Yeah, 24/7 location data. Timestamp, trigger pulled, safeties coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags made shooting crimes very unambiguous.
So, so you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit those crimes? How else do you think he's gotten away with these 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the first psych test. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's...
Model year 2054.
a 30-year-old gun. So they're in the year 2084? Wow, even their antique gun is in the future for us. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
In some ways, sure. But pre-tagged firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 left in the whole country. Fewer still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too.
The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we've got our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good.
Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. With the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks?
Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape.
So if all 6 bullets have the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired from the same gun.
It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
Without even needing to reload.
The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically, with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost his points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to losses in all sorts of unusual ways. And as long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Okay, interesting. That's a lot of information. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with?
Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested at the scene at 9:50 p.m.
Using his middle name already. They really do think he is a serial killer.
The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diane Dawn.
First degree? That's...
Increasingly rare.
to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything about crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So, what's that make him? 5 times. That makes him insane.
I was gonna go with extraordinary.
Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? As a warm-up?
5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawled up and down their online profiles. Nothing.
So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common... Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. Huh? They all look like cousins? What do they mean?
The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair, eyes, about the same height, comparable weight.
Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? You really like the art style. You really like the shading and the coloring. Oh, so nice. A young woman. Brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits. Then you put the shoe on the...
What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences.
Drifters, loners, strangers, workers.
He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women.
Or you just got so far gone that you couldn't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. You want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes, on top of which, guns are impersonal execution shots. Even more so. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. So she's saying that if the other 5 kills were practice shots, there has to be something to practice for. You have to be nervous about killing for you to have to practice. If you're so good at taking your shots 5 times before, every time with 1 shot, then that means that you must have been confident. and that there was no need for practice in the first place. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobats, trying to piece together a story. Yeah. Yeah. Top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork is in just a few weeks.
Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street. A phone on every citizen. Violent crimes at an all-time low. And clearance rate at an all-time high. But you're gonna spout some alt-pro bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point.
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off, but pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. That makes them predictable. Well, yeah. Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates that we starve the media for their case details.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
Though we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in criminal surveillance system. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have him? You think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did?
I understand your concern, ma'am. But optics is only what they say in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect. Just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. That chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions.
It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. The math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You'd need to be involved with law enforcement, hub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing. So that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city?
HA's only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can possibly be coincidence.
Oh wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed...
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included areas surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
there's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes.
No footage and no forensics?
Also no motives, tapping, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. Didn't even have a murder weapon.
Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all police work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we ever caught him tonight was because he finished what he set out to do all along.
So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came up of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come out of that. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have, to link my client to those killings, is the murder weapon. If I could jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. There's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around.
Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts.
Contracts with Noble?
Good guess.
Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yeah? Yeah? Yes, we're very fortunate to have headquarters here.
Saves us money. Saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back and writing checks for noble ads by the end of the month.
What does this mean? 18. 18 what? 18 points? I save. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm? Ugh. Might as well call it adult line. These warm androids are used for that. I see. I see why they're popular.
Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet.
Yet? You really think that'll happen?
We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me.
You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, and you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on the list.
Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The police union wouldn't let that happen. You needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anyway. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle pass everyone, fraud and disinfo to get to the front of the line.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'm gonna be reading a lot again? I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. It's not that bad. Those articles were way longer.
Sorry for everything. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not
Sick?
want any of it to happen. Can't stand in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. I wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me.
Hmm. This doesn't seem to me to be a confession about killing someone. Huh. I wonder. I feel like it's still pretty ambiguous. And that was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I could afford to turn tail now. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Cameras off if you don't mind.
Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. We'll be watching the feed from right outside, in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on.
That worried about me? How chivalrous.
Yeah. My armor's practically blinding.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective.
I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he has made the state look bad. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they've drawn up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's...
Being challenged before the Supreme Court.
yeah, sometime in the next decade maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might look like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted of killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m., June 5th, 2086. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven up this place. Looks flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night.
What are you? Look, I already told you people I didn't...
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well... they said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I acted like they were on my side, and they thought that I could've...
It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information. But if I've approached this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. Should I save? So I haven't made any real choices just yet, but I'm guessing this is where it starts. What else is in here? Profiles? Oh, interesting. Interesting. That a game of chance? Heartbreak. Favorite color is probably red. Dislikes getting caught, likes killing. Occupation is criminal. Huh. Interesting. Criminal record is civil disturbance 2 times. Charged with first-degree homicide. Registered at birth. Modifications industrial class 4. Known affiliates is pending. Psych evaluation is still pending. Okay. Interesting. Evidence. Autopsy report. Okay. I love the UI interface. It's so interesting and cool to look at. Okay. Debris. Ceramic debris. Hmm. Pill organizers. The case clamps are surprisingly difficult to open. Interesting. This medicine is the guy's medicine, and it's for phantom limb pain. And also for preventing the antibodies from attacking his artificial arm. Interesting. The class are surprisingly difficult to open, which means the only one who could help him open it would likely be his girlfriend. Okay. What's this? Search terms? Okay. So a bunch of terms that are used. Holograms, data pads, conductive resin, automate dependent, arcs, IoT, Internet of Things, mods, net scrubbing, game settings. Okay. Store. Oh. Oh, that's so cool. So these points that I get throughout the playthrough gets me points to buy things. I could buy a fidget tubby charm, pink, a Fran charm, Morgan time. I see. So that's where the reference is from. I get it. Charmless is free. Okay. Black phone case. Magenta? Nice. Oh, what's this? What are these? We're playing the demo in 2024. No, I can't get this. 15. Emma deep in thought. Sato struck. I wanna... Oh, phone case? Okay. Interesting. What else is there? Reading list? Novel androids? Okay, so just 2 so far. Makes sense. Backlog? Backlog is just the backlog for chat. Profiles. Oh, I can access it from here as well. I think it's more fun to access it through the phone. So many things I can't get. I mean, I could get it, but I don't want to waste it because I only have 18. And every time I play these type of games, I always like buying the expensive things first. But I don't want to spend it. Oh wait, oh no, I'm wrong. Store credit is 0. Oh man. Oh, you're right. I can't afford any of them. And what's the 18 for? Wait, I can lock phone? What does this mean? Oh, nothing. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
The police already...
Questioned you, I'm sure? But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So, what do you want to know?
About the victim. I could start there, if I wanted to see what a panic attack looks like. Gory details like these have their own kind of inertia. Hard to get the ball rolling, but once it starts downhill... For now, I should get them talking about anything. We'll get to the juicy bits soon enough. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rot. I'd like to know a bit more about your first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in?
I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be.
As I thought, the police must have convinced that he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work.
My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And,
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. Now, what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, based on his shoulder. It'd have to be pretty utilitarian or lifelike. Based on the shoulder? Utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon, chrome limbs because they like the way it looks, or the way other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, there should be two. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
oh really?
Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses, and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday. This results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seems like a weight off his chest, and like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. And an eye, test the water. Never thought about lopping off my entire damn arm. But the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, I got shit canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Didn't even let me keep the tax credit.
The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended and not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I work the tighter spaces, high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know?
He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. The right word choice here or there can make a difference. You work at the canopy? You must be... They highlight this, so I assume this is what they want me to say? Strong, good with heights. Under a lot of pressure because I guess now that the subways don't work, the canopy is the main de facto thing, so there must be a time crunch. Under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off.
Damn straight. And this crap with long, one word out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving.
No room for engineering?
Yeah. No patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard not to look his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic arm right now, Carlos?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues. Started last month. A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out my sockets or anything.
Then, do those rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
None the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed.
So those cuts on his face are just from shaving?
Never thought this'll go on so long that I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix.
But the problem got bigger?
Couldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're out in the job site. Drop a cutter on the wrong moment and people get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed on the back of the damn line.
And where did you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround chop shop. The wait list like you wouldn't.
It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer.
Hell no. Found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. As long as I'm renting and not owning.
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance.
And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stuff for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got 2 working arms again.
I see. I think I found my case. This guy's right-handed, and his scars on his face, along with the fact that he had to take a pause from his job, means that he's very much right-handed and shouldn't be able to shoot with his left hand. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they got exclusivity contracts with Indie, all locked up white knuckle tight.
Indie? How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Abilis model.
If I took one step on site with an unsecured tech, forget the fines. I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck for anyone now that longs in deep hot shit.
You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain will come and go. It's the itches that kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me.
Didn't think they'd give you something to wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like these?
What they gave me is deadweight, 3-jointed, landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, I just a very shitty feeling. Having part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible. Technically. I could slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend. The quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead.
So were you wearing it when you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, though. Couldn't have gotten too far.
So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm, only because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Alright. Known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly, saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using...
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense.
Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right?
Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No.
Pedigree? No. Perigee Laboratories. I'd say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Arco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. No corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big businesses can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they have some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
He never mentioned arguments or disputes? Corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... No. No one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her.
It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important.
Alright, miss.
Morgan,
I'll try, Morgan.
when you're ready.
We were arguing. We've been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I hadn't been working. Hadn't been making money. Hadn't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. Reports say...
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.?
8? Yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. I said one thing that I really shouldn't have. I crossed the line. And we both knew it, so I left.
You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics?
No. I sort of stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
With optics down, traffic and street level cameras wouldn't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything? Cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a goddamn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate.
I just wanted quiet at that time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have any details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was... What? Can't that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed? Meaning, you've got no alibi.
This can't... Listen, I didn't do it. I couldn't...
Carlos, I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. I didn't know what it was. But it was loud. And it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point, I must have started running. Because when I got back, I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest. And my lungs wouldn't...
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in, like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but didn't realize. I never thought she was. Lights were off. Room was a mess. Thought we'd been robbed, or that she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over, and she was... I called her name. She didn't move. Checked her pulse and still warm. Blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy. I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Picked it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it!
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it could be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive, and none of this works if he doesn't trust me. What to say, what to say. Rental? Note? Okay, so the reason why this is barely legible is because he wrote with his left hand. Interesting. Okay. Revolver. Interesting. Coat. Okay, so bloodstains match. No unexpected DNA, no crumbs, no fingerprints. No digital tampering. Prosthetic arm. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's save. So what should I do? I can tell him that it has his prints. I can tell him that he was found with it. I can say that it's registered to him. Let's say, what if I say it's registered to you? It's a fact because the gun is in your name.
That's not possible. Someone must be trying to frame me.
No, that was just a joke. What? I lost the point? Well,
wasn't very funny.
But the fact of the matter is, your fingerprints are on the gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just...
Carlos, all I'm saying is you picked it up. That's all.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun. Not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun...
Stupid. I know what a gun looks like. It Seeing it in my own home, right in front of...
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are.
The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see that the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight.
What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they assumed the room was disabled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
And I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh,
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
right. It's just that...
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay.
Take your time.
Alright. I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now, close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't exactly where everything was, but the mirrors were upright, of course. The clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that, no. Sorry. That's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so? That is one shitty drawing. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just, I guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Well, I suppose that works too.
Sorry, I didn't mean... I think, your drawing was pretty good, considering.
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Right.
Let's talk about the letter that's found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police were calling it a confession.
Confession? This is just a self-note.
Pardon?
Look, when we fought, I lost my temper. Said things I didn't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them.
That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
Her what? Her what?
Her fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things.
Oh, is that the little mess on the floor of ceramic pieces? Ah, why are they made of ceramic?
They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters.
Conversation starters?
She loved these little things.
That was unexpected? Yeah, I know. What a change in the mood.
They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly knew where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless.
Okay. Let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. You've been barely paying attention, not gonna lie. There is a lot of dialogue. Understandable. But if the police insists on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings, anyway.
Couldn't even bother to sweep them up. Felt so.
Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now, I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it?
Oh. Okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer?
Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been going out much, but I'm pretty sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right?
The police kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he's already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m. Right?
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. $2,999? What? That's a big fee for smoking.
I guess.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one on the clock.
Oh, right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh.
Why does everyone always think that the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas.
Oh. And, what areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos?
No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes and won't touch that stuff.
I mean, more like playing cards.
Oh, well, then, no to that too. I actually got terrible luck.
Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, do you have a good poker face?
I like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer?
If only. Not the states, more like the house.
You mean the house always wins?
Yes. They're very good at winning, I mean. And that's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So, what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt as best as we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So, that's the strategy.
Uh,
What's up?
you know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA. Ready? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not the case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones ending up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then you'll have to call them back, because my client's not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right. What she said.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, we'll
We'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player on the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my own hand all night, and now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, My client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... It's so hard to... Hold on. Let me save here. Okay, so we've finally gotten into the actual game at this point. Murder weapons... Hold on. Wait, how'd I... Debris. Wait, huh? How'd I select? Oh. He was simply apologizing for this. Whoa, wait, no, stop. Why is that on auto? No. Why is that on auto? Oh man, I missed a bunch. Hold on. Where's the log? What the hell is it? Is that? I found myself asking the exact same question.
What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room. It's created from the data you captured, right?
Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah.
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. The scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I'm more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible.
Oh?
Because the vase wasn't damaged. Was still pristine. How is that?
How is that possible? The lady at the garage sale told me that it was so old and delicate. Damn it. The one time I tried to and thrift on my own.
Well, so what? What does that even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it.
Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget
Tubbies.
What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Fidget Bob? The fidget Bob?
It's fidget tubbies. Can you prove it?
We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote the note, and we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room is trashed. And as the arcs clearly shows, those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle too. You're really gonna claim he'd sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. They're talking about the fidget tubbies? So actually, if I go here and look in the shop, I can actually buy them. Well, assuming I have credit. Fidget tubby charm, pink and blue. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof. In this shaky handwriting, it's a bit unyielding. This one? And just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your fingers could show exactly how devastating it was to the Pickle Buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody, and I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes?
Now that you mention it.
Fine. Whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because
even cheap arms got an operating system that's logged the last time it was worn, right?
Right.
See, I happened to spot a footnote at the lab on the lab report that the rental hadn't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
It's gotten pretty late, Sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can.
Well, thank you for your service. Wow, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to the collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, it's not panic you're seeing on the page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos... Okay, let me save. I already know the answer. It's so obvious. Is sensitive. He is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed.
Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something?
So, the reason why the note looks like asylum wall scribbling is just because he had to use his left hand to write it.
I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it'd be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics.
Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established your client's remorseless. Now, let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. And that's right. And the coat is... What? You're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually worn an extra small? She's trying to bait me. In her typical low-key fashion. You must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You're gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Oh, what is this? What is the choice? Stay? He doesn't wear an extra small. Gee, Carlos, do you?
No.
Yeah. Sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I'll need to get there eventually. But going there now without any hard evidence... I have no evidence of a third party at this time. Damn right you don't. It's as clear as day. In the arcs, no evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least, I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. I guess that thing that we saw with the stay and raise is kind of like poker, and it's also kind of like Phoenix Wright, where you're trying to what was it? You're trying to push certain evidence. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding the gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart.
Hey.
But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? It's like a Cyberpunk 2077 Ace Attorney. Yeah. I think it's exactly like that.
The lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at? It'll be easier just to show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure. I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
thought the room smelled like. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
Pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
What was it that reminded me of?
Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket, fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this actually is just hot sauce? No. That would be silly.
He actually thought it over.
So, what the hell's your point? Hey. I'm sorry. I just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven you're innocent. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has his victim's blood on it. Who we know died when she was shot in the heart. But a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagged firearm. And so the coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Ah, I see. See, with firearms, whenever you shoot them, they should always have some traces of gunpowder left over. So, if he actually shot her with that revolver whilst wearing the jacket, there's no way he wouldn't get gunpowder on his jacket, especially since it's covered in blood. So the lab should have come up with that as part of the report. In theory. And if we look at evidence, no other details of any forensic significance found, which means no gunpowder. I rest my case. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. They just need to draw their attention to what they can. The gunpowder is usually too small to detect, so I guess you have to just get it by smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dry blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of...
Cigarette. That's what I've been smelling.
Yes, Detective London? I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation?
I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket.
If you would.
Let's see. No gunpowder.
What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing this. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standard, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. What the hell is she talking about, London?
Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue? You've talked my ear off about how difficult it is to track down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one would leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your nose, you can check the lab reports. I think if they have found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they have taken the time to highlight it. Oh, well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her or changed his clothes. That's not possible. But it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left arm were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible.
Whoa.
They're flattering now. Could topple over any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. Gun is all they have to link Carlos to any of that shooting. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message?
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots? Making the facts work for you? Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, right now. And I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter? If she had that, we wouldn't be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. Ooh, okay. This is gonna be important. Oh boy. Time to bet all my marbles on this. Oh, now that I look at it, those look like, the tokens that you have when you're gambling. I don't know what they're called. Credits? Or whatever? So I guess this is really like poker, and then this looks like cards. I only just noticed that. Oh, they're chips. So I guess they're like gambling chips, so they're like, I guess they're on my HP then. So that gives me the ability to either play it safe or to raise. Wow. Oh, it is gambling. Oh, that's so much cooler. And that's a bold buff, bold bluffer this late in the game, Detective. Especially when we both know there was an optics blackout during the shooting. Well, that's just it. This isn't from optics. I should have figured she wouldn't make a claim that bold without something to back it up. Oh. Party's over, Counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well... okay. The quality is... lacking. And yet, there it is. You managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No. With the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are always on their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. Okay, this is easy, because yes, it does show that the killer was using their left hand, and it doesn't show their right hand, but we know for a fact that our client is right-handed, and the note proves that he sucks at using his left hand. And then I guess the other piece of evidence is the clock. Which is interesting. So the clock is up, and the clock says 9. What time did he leave? They had their argument at 8. You can even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... well, it's a little bit...
blurry.
Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of shooting, a neighbor was using their phone, probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting.
But if their phone was on, its camera would be on.
And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it came from another century. There are tools that can enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you can kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image, and there's no way in hell you can get this past the judge.
Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't look like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me?
I think I know a DA that could. Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do you know had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client? You think? We've established that he wasn't wearing his spotted arm at all tonight, so he must have shot her with his left. Yes, and we also established he's weak with his left side. The left side that has no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, Counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain when you finally get where you were going, and somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. That photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. Show what it appears to show. Wait. That looks like 9 o'clock. So, wait. Is she saying that it's possibly flipped? Okay, let me save this over here. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was the photo taken from exactly?
Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we de-anon the phone's owner and ask them where...
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the cell. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can't we clearly see that the block shouldn't be there? It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photograph has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And all that together tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west. As long as you consider the clock. Just take one look at the clock in the photo. The clock? What about it?
The clock, huh?
Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo up high.
This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong?
When was the time of death supposed to be? Let's see. Statement, note return, autopsy report. Time of death is 9 p.m. That's correct, though. Parts data. I don't think there's any reason why I should argue that, because I think it's correct. There's the northern window. Okay, so facing the hallway. where this... Okay, so this window is facing this hallway. The body is here. The western window is this way. But the clock was over here. The clock was over here. Which means if they're pointing out that way, that's unusual. Time of death is correct. And that's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, the neighbors, they all agree. The time of death is 9 p.m.
Right, no mistaking that.
So then, what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo. Analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m. The time of... 9 p.m. The time of the shooting. What the hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock has already been knocked down onto the floor. And the only clock in the room is in the northern east corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. No, that's actually so stupid. Why would you doctor a clock in it? Like so. Well, what the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition?
It's, a very distinct.
If you have information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to your ARCS? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share information? Doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. Oops. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is that the clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting.
And then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it.
Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time this photo was taken of the shooter, but you claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. You've got your logic backwards, Detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and that there's one other piece of evidence proves how the cards fell. Okay, now now I don't know what to say. This. Min plus min? The room was trashed before the... Oh, trashed before the shooting. Okay. Okay, so... What am I supposed to say? Cheap durable ceramic, not even a scratch. From mirror broken at crime scene, shards fell onto victim. Debris near the western window. What does this do? What did I just do? Is this like me betting? Is this me betting on more? Okay, how high do I want the stakes, I guess? Let's just do 3. So the boss doesn't have a scratch. To 5. Broken mirror shards fell onto the victim. Plus your heart, this, and this. The vase is cheap, durable ceramic, not even a scratch. Maybe this one? Take another look at the vase from the crime scene. Cheap, durable, and damn near spotless, so what? It's not like there's a timestamp showing us when it fell over. Shoot. Shoot. Dang it. Oh! I was supposed to say mirror. The thing that we're seeing is not the doorway, it's the mirror. You know, I got it wrong. It's not wrong. To show exactly when the room got tossed, I need to present. Okay, I'm going all in. And glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body, and not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, then that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that.
Oh, I see. So basically, all of these victims from the Heartbreaker were done in one shot. So there's no chance for the victims to struggle. Which means that it's weird that there's a struggle here if they assume it's the Heartbreak Killer.
And those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds.
So what do you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal? And things had gotten complicated? Shit happens. It does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we still have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger. It is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was in... The glass shards prove that the room was in pristine condition at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in the apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on the gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in the photo. We're looking at the mirror. And what? What we're seeing is I'm all in. You know, I'm so all in. I don't even need to save. What's this? You're trying glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that at the time of the shooting stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean
At that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer taking aim with their right.
And as we all know, our client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks, and he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So, I meant what I said about the photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it has just proven that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. What cause has gotten its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering, wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, wet palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed to be yours. But luckily for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client vocal confession. It's just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... He could have just had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness could be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. Just a bit. And that's the best you got? Even a bare bones prosthetic arm off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. The record you wouldn't find, and he still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of the violent crime calls for a full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, at minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drone in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections? Detective? God. Damn! We won the gamble!
Show me your hand flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta go call the DA. Tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know.
Detective?
Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. She just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah.
That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward.
Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor. What happens now?
I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congratulations. You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
Yay? But what am I supposed to do?
The detectives will continue their investigation.
Their investigation into heartbreak, huh?
Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, you'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it.
I can't make sense of it. So, what am I supposed to do?
Well, if I know. There's some context I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to...
No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her.
Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was, after all. What? The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain, unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A roast chair test with singular, universal meaning. Vitality at its climax, bursting forward into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite, the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Oh my goodness, I'm the murderer. I did it. Bullet 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of hassle to outweigh the advantages. You could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend? Back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey. Did you hear that? Those old pieces. So, these old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably rustled half the neighborhood, but I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? Gotta make jobs for money? That's interesting. Ah, yes. There's not enough crimes. There's not enough homicides. Simple answer. Just do it yourself. I use the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped spaces, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. The corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, the broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually irritating. I kicked over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each one of them. Not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. And kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably some tasteless bullshit. Toss over the chair, knock over the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, try to savor the shredding. Can't be clean, because I could lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This is all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. No. Was it satisfying when the first 3 went down in a single shot? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? People don't have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All the threads and breakdowns and goddamn theory crafting, all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. Ouch. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. they got rejected at one too many times or whatever. Maybe I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I killed them. Killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room's thoroughly trashed now. If I had walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the ammo of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight, thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I could feel on every hair. They call this humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah. It's always most comfortable right after. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comfortable too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I know I've never felt guilty about any of this, and I walk. How am I gonna pay for this month's rent? I know, I gotta cause a murder. Yep. The bill's not gonna pay for themselves.
Sorry, using my left is still...
That's okay. You can just initial on these spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transit, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 p.m., a posting for public defense work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered, correctly, that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning.
Okay, where else?
Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why won't I take on a job where I already know more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. Everyone has a bounty on their head for one reason or another. With that much focus on tech. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes? More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. No, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there wouldn't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I would have even overdone things here and there, like lighting up smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. And that London fella seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. Oh, that's why I was willing to smoke even though it was a $3,000 fine? That makes sense. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities failing from the best seat in the house, and that's just a bonus.
Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too.
Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter?
No, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I knew she was too. But when she died...
Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me.
Does this change anything? Wait, what else is in here? Gamble. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. Heartbreak. That's me. Oh, favorite dish is mapo tofu. Nice. Loves guns, gambling, high places, is a criminal and a defense attorney. Wow, that's nice. That's a very interesting role. Okay. I'm assuming at the end of the game, this gets converted into stuff for store credit? Maybe? Here's to hope. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARCS data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it.
What is that? Where did you find...
That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCS, but was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triptorexosome, prescribed to help martyrs with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky class too for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. As far as the facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I just need to show more restraint. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There wouldn't be a 7th victim. What? 7th? Wait, 7th victim? Is she saying that there's a 6th victim we don't know about? Oh wait, no. 5? No. Never mind, I counted wrong. 5 past victims, current victim is 6th, 7th victim would be the next one. Okay, never mind, I counted wrong. There wouldn't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will. Found you. District Attorney Rockford. Sorry, could I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God, I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. District Attorney Emma Rockford. She is a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilty. And despite her somewhat unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has that remarkable ability to compartmentalize all the adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job, and hard for me to read. I buy a new mattress. What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well, then you must have been relieved, finding out that you wouldn't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Ray's. They've been reporting to me. In preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Ray's told you that they had HK in custody, and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female shot through the heart, yeah, my ears peaked up. But that's about all. Oh. I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks? He's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon? But I can answer that any number of ways. There's still more? Guess this is just like the epilogue? When should I... Wait, I can answer in any number of ways. Are they saying that it doesn't matter which one I choose? That might be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful. Too apologetic in the note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angle. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance. And I'm sure competent lawyers like yourself finding all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Of course, it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. You didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Oh, right. Sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of criminals' psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion from the last few decades. Not much need to guess about why when 99 out of 100 the Who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he could do just fine without it. It just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Oh, I get it. This game is so interesting. So these two right now are kind of like Sherlock Holmes and who was his arch nemesis again? The one guy that Sherlock Holmes couldn't catch. But the situation is flipped the other way because normally Sherlock Holmes would be the main character, whereas now the other way around, we're in the boots of the criminal. So in the other way around, it's the criminal feels like they're always being outsmarted by the detective, or in this case, the lawyer. So interesting. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm only overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, those 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of other people. That's true. Hell, they kinda look like me. Do they? Sure. What? You don't... What? You don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills, guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. And that's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that those 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they got the public's attention. It's no doubt they're pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. If anything was out of place this time around, they must have threw one hell of a temper tantrum. You make it sound like they're a child. Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose as much as they love to win. Your profile told you all that? That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. So about this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of a person who's committing it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they don't overpower their victims physically, and that there are things that you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal offense, few or no meaningful attachments. There are a lot of recurring themes in their story. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and without criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare for her to be this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playful, lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. In considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed inside information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in a billion years. Oh? Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That would be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right. That's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Must be secondary, tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I do not insert. I don't do anything even resembling that. Oh wait, if HK is not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime metastatus analysis, probably? Pardon? Take this emergency response times from across the city, map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips and... sorry, technical jargon. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, spreadsheet, and a calculator, anyone can reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type in a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I just need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh? Sad truth is, Heartbreak walked away today. I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Oof. Okay. That rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get more sleep. Or less sleep, but harder. I think a harder thread count would help. Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant to have to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't jump me. If you fall asleep, face first into the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks' time, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police would have moved on to cases they actually have a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it, never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I might as well try to enjoy the view. Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really? Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Ah, that was nice. That was such an interesting game. Okay, these credits need me to actually manually click through. Okay, to be continued. Wait, do I get to use any of this? Okay. Interesting. Rockford. Interesting. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan. When it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything before. That wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life in after 2. I can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. That's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekdays, too. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million more times likely than the alternative. The heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart, but when I take a job, I never half-ass it. An idle mind. GG! Nice! Now what I'm curious is, do I get to buy anything yet? Episode 0 result. 2 articles. 6. 18 key terms. 17 pieces of evidence. 29 credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 1 with 29 credits. Unlock concept art and bonus scenarios based on your high score. And the credits can be used for phone charms, case colors based on high credit. Nice! Okay, hold on. So, okay, this. Oh. I can interact with my phone? Wait, hold on. Ooh, nice. Nice. Okay, who should I buy? Which should I buy? I only have 29 credits. What does this do? And then, okay, so I can have phones, I can have charms. So I can buy, I guess, one of each of these? This one? I like this one. This. Whoa! Oh, that's so cool. Okay, what else can I get? Could I get a different phone case? Let's see. Black, rose gold, magenta, red, teal. Oh, I like purple, but I guess teal will have to do. Oh, nice. But maybe I should get magenta. Okay, that matches a bit better. I only have 10 credits left. Maybe I should save that for next time. Okay, this is so cool. What are scenarios? Oh. So I guess there's different interviews. Okay. Concept. Oh. This definitely looks really good. There's the back. And there's this guy. This guy here. And there's her. I really liked her prosthetic eye because it did the cool fancy glowing thing. So cyberpunk-like. Love it. Oh, that's the guy. That's her. There's the scenes. There's the opening scene. There's the scene when we saw the officers. There's the scene when she said, "God damn it." There's the scene when we got him to sign it. I love how they did the story. Morgan is such a psychopath. I love it. I love how at the end they explain her thought process. And then while she's explaining it, they're doing the aftermath of Flat doing like the signing and everything and the paperwork. That's so good. Let's see, there's a scene at the end. Oh, and then this was supposed to be the Heartbreak Killer. There's the android. I guess this character is gonna be kind of like, who's that girl from Ace Attorney? The girl that's with him? But this character basically is kind of like that character and is also kind of like a Watson, I guess. Kind of like a Watson to Sherlock Holmes kind of deal. I love how they built the story and the characters. So nice. The psychic? Yeah, it's the girl. The girl that has that charm with that ability. I didn't actually play any of the Phoenix Wright games. I only know of it. So that's why I don't know all the characters' names or anything. But this game is so good. I'm definitely gonna get the DLC and I'll play episode 1 someday in the future. But definitely not today. Today's stream has gone on pretty long. So I think I'll call it there. Whoa. Wow. There's more art. Oh, I love this so much. I'll have to go back to it to see all the bonuses. But wow, it's so nice. If you guys haven't already seen it for yourself, you should definitely check it out. But of course, I've also checked it out here, and I will again for episode 1 in the future. But for now, that will be it. So, thank you everyone for keeping me company. Thanks for tuning in. I think I really liked those two games. Those two games are pretty fun. Definitely love the art. Definitely love the concept of having gambling mixed in. Having our main protagonist actually be the criminal. I am very interested in how they're going to do episode 1 and 2. Especially since they already told us that our main protagonist that we're playing as is the criminal. It's so interesting. But again, thank you for sticking around. I hope you guys have a good night. Get some nice rest. And maybe I'll see you guys next time. So, good night. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye. Good night.